What's up, cool people? My name is Matt, aka That Random Christian Gamer. Welcome to today's live stream. Today we are kicking things off with Bible study, going through another couple of chapters in 2nd Chronicles. Then we pick up Kingdom Hearts 3, where we left things off in Monstropolis, trying to get through a trap that has apparently been laid for our heroes, I guess, for lack of a better way to put it. So, yeah, that's the general gist of what's going on for today. Now, Twitch is saying there's ads starting soon, but it's not giving me any kind of time frame on when. Okay, now it is. All right. Now, I will say right out the gate, maybe I'll say this at some other points during the stream as well. For anyone who's been wondering about schedule stuff, it seems like the Thursday, Friday thing is generally going pretty well. I think this is the schedule, at least in terms of the days and time frames, that I'd like to keep working with in the future. I am considering, in fact, I'm thinking I will, at the start of next month, move forward with shifting the Bible studies to Thursday nights. So then, we'll have the Bible study, and then the rest of the time will just be kind of hanging out. It'll be a lot easier for, any thoughts or questions about what was read to, come up in the conversation and not have any worries about sidetracking gameplay stuff or, interrupting any important scenes or anything like that. Especially not stuff that I would also be simultaneously recording for later video edit purposes. But yeah, just putting that out there. Might say it again some other time in the stream, maybe as I'm wrapping things up. But, anywho, so yeah. Gave you the general gist for today, gave you some thoughts on what's coming up in the near future. Let me go ahead and run these Twitch ads, and then we'll hop into some Bible study. Okay, seems like that should be rolling. We'll go ahead and move on over to this scene here. And give the ads a chance to finish. Oh, meanwhile, quick thanks to Nike's on My Feet XD for the latest follow on Twitch. Appreciate the support. Oh yeah, and another totally random thought, unrelated to anything else I've said so far. I currently have a bunch of games on my Xbox queued to update, so if anything gets a little wonkier than usual on there, that's going to be my first thought as to the reason why. But yeah, so I don't know if I'm gonna have a whole lot of other. Okay, so I know this coming Saturday, like tomorrow, is gonna be busy helping my little sister move into her college apartment. The next Saturday, I'm gonna be taking some time to at least celebrate my mom's birthday. That's also Labor Day weekend, so I'm not sure what all might be involved with that. But yeah, things are coming up on weekends that make me glad I moved the one stream in my schedule to Thursday nights. But anyway, okay. Ads should be done, so let's hop into our Bible study here. So right now we're looking at 2nd Chronicles 9. The past few chapters have been, like, kind of building the temple and then celebrating that being completed. And then I think last chapter, Solomon kind of moved on to some other things, other improvements throughout the kingdom of Israel. And, generally things are going well. But even at that, there's still some reminders in there that, at least for the ancient Israelites, all this kind of hinged on whether or not they stayed loyal to God. And I'm sure as the Israelite exiles are being told this, that there's some emphasis put on that point. So, yeah, picking things up with Solomon as king in this whole sort of flashback recap situation that is being told to the exiles. So yeah, that's what's going on as we head into 2 Chronicles chapter 9. When the Queen of Sheba heard of Solomon's fame, she came to Jerusalem to test him with hard questions. She arrived with a large group of attendants and a great caravan of camels loaded with spices, large quantities of gold, and precious jewels. When she met with Solomon, she talked with him about everything she had on her mind. Solomon had answers for all her questions. Nothing was too hard for him to explain to her. When the Queen of Sheba realized how wise Solomon was, and when she saw the palace he had built, she was overwhelmed. She was also amazed at the food on his tables, the organization of his officials and their splendid clothing, the cupbearers and their robes, and the burnt offerings Solomon made at the temple of the Lord. So, first and foremost, she is impressed by his wisdom, which, friendly reminder, God essentially came to Solomon in a dream or something like that one night, asked him basically just blank slate, what did he want? Out of anything he could possibly think of, what did he want most? And Solomon asked for wisdom to lead God's people, the Israelites. So God gave him that, and this is now kind of a demonstration in a way of how, when God said, yes, he would give him wisdom, but he's also going to get things he didn't ask for, like fame and wealth and things like that. Clearly his fame had spread to the Queen of Sheba, and she noticed his wealth as well. So, yeah, that whole exchange, we clearly see the evidence of God holding true to that right in here. I find it interesting that it mentions that she was amazed at the burnt offerings Solomon made. Whether it was the quantity of them or even just like his dedication to that. I'm not sure it really says. So burnt offerings is derived from the Greek and Syriac versions, like the old manuscripts. But at least a Hebrew, if not most Hebrew manuscripts used for translation read, and the ascent, rather than the burnt offerings, I guess. So it might read, and the ascent Solomon made at the temple of the Lord, which was likely quite an ascent, as the altar that was built for these offerings was huge. It was, I think it was like either at least a 15 by 15 foot square thing, if not 30 by 30. So, yeah, maybe that's the ascent being referred to in the Hebrew. Just getting up there to make the offerings. I don't know. But anyway, so Queen of Sheba visits. She's impressed, overwhelmed even by just how amazing Solomon's kingdom is. The wealth, the splendor, the organization as well. Because it said the organization of his officials and their splendid clothing. Anyway, so in response to this, we get to verse 5. She exclaimed to the king, "Everything I heard in my country about your achievements and wisdom is true. I didn't believe what was said until I arrived here and saw it with my own eyes. In fact, I had not heard the half of your great wisdom. It is far beyond what I was told. How happy your people must be. What a privilege for your officials to stand here day after day listening to your wisdom. Praise the Lord your God, who delights in you and has placed you on the throne as king to rule for him. Because God loves Israel and desires this kingdom to last forever, he has made you king over them so you can rule with justice and righteousness." Then she gave the king a gift of 9,000 pounds of gold, great quantities of spices, and precious jewels. Never before had there been spices as fine as those the Queen of Sheba gave to King Solomon. In addition, the crews of Hiram and Solomon brought gold from Ophir, and they also brought red sandalwood and precious jewels. The king used the sandalwood to make steps for the temple of the Lord in the royal palace, and to construct lyres and harps for the musicians. Never before had such beautiful things been seen in Judah. And King Solomon gave the Queen of Sheba whatever she asked for, gifts of greater value than the gifts she had given him. Then she and all her attendants returned to their own land. Okay. So I was getting close to the end of that section and thought I'd just finish it off. So she, in the midst of all this splendor and wisdom from Solomon, even recognizes that it's all a tribute to God, to their God, specifically, the Lord, as he, I don't know if the Lord is necessarily a more proper title, but I think usually when referring to the name of God, the Bible will often use the phrase the Lord. So yeah, I almost wonder if it was so magnificent that she had to believe that it came from their God, because what human could possibly cause all of that? So she said she had heard about his achievements, although the Hebrew says his words, which would refer to his wisdom, I guess. Although the words would be stemming from the wisdom, I guess. Not necessarily being synonymous with each other. But still. The point is, she had heard about him and comes to the conclusion that not even the amazing stuff she heard was... that wasn't even a half of how amazing that it really was. So then she gave 9,000 pounds of gold. Hebrew says 120 talents. That's probably just, conversions there. 9,000 pounds of gold, lots of spices and precious jewels. That's not a small gift. And yet later on, it says King Solomon turns around and gives her whatever she asks for. And that it's apparently even of greater value than what she gave him. So, even in the midst of being gifted for, as a way to recognize and honor Solomon and the Lord and the, splendor and greatness of it all, Solomon isn't like being stingy with what he's giving back. It's not like he got all that from just hoarding it and keeping it to himself. In fact, there was a specific purpose for a lot of that being amassed, which was, to build the temple and the palace. And even on that note, it mentions in this parenthetical about the wood that was then used to make steps. So it's a bit odd to have that show up right there. But I guess it's, I guess it's in there because it's relevant to things that Solomon, that added to the wealth of Solomon and the kingdom. Note there at Red Sandalwood says, Hebrew says Algum, perhaps a variant spelling of Almug. But I assume that's either a very strong wood and or it was kind of rare for their area. So now, instead of steps, it could be read as gateways that was used, or that the wood was used in. Either would kind of make some sense. But, yeah. So it's not necessarily that Solomon and the kingdom become wealthier over this whole thing with the Queen of Sheba, but it's definitely a testament to how word had spread, especially about Solomon. All right, then we move on to verse 13. Each year, Solomon received about 25 tons of gold. This did not include the additional revenue he received from merchants and traders. All the kings of Arabia and the governors of the provinces also brought gold and silver to Solomon. King Solomon made 200 large shields of hammered gold, each weighing more than 15 pounds. He also made 300 smaller shields of hammered gold, each weighing more than 7.5 pounds. The king placed these shields in the palace of the forest of Lebanon. Then the king made a huge throne, decorated with ivory and overlaid with pure gold. The throne had 6 steps, with a footstool of gold. There were armrests on both sides of the seat, and the figure of a lion stood on each side of the throne. There were also 12 other lions, one standing on each end of the 6 steps. No other throne in all the world could be compared with it. I'll keep going with this a little bit. All of King Solomon's drinking cups were solid gold, as were the utensils in the palace of the forest of Lebanon. They were not made of silver, for silver was considered worthless in Solomon's day. Okay, maybe that's where I'll pause for a bit. So, it doesn't say where Solomon received all this gold from. Hebrew says 666 talents. Sorry, that's not a number that I think applies to this particular situation. And it says it did not include the additional revenue he received from merchants and traders. So, like, where was this coming from? Were these just gifts that he was getting from various people? I mean, it does mention kings of Arabia and the governors of provinces bringing gold and silver. In any case, it's a lot of gold and silver. Makes you wonder what all it was used for, which, I mean, it explains some of that with these shields. 200 large ones of hammered gold and 300 smaller ones. And then there's this throne. also overlaid with gold. Now, it doesn't say what the lion figure statue things are made of, but that could have very well been gold. The drinking cups were solid gold, because in order to show that they were special for the king, they had to be made of gold, because according to this, silver was considered worthless in Solomon's day. Presumably because of its abundance. But yeah, wealth. There's a lot of it. So the large shields weighed 600 shekels according to the Hebrew. The smaller ones were 300 shekels. Okay. We'll move on to verse 21. The king had a fleet of trading ships of Tarshish manned by the sailors sent by Hiram. Once every 3 years, the ships returned, loaded with gold, silver, ivory, apes, and peacocks. So King Solomon became richer and wiser than any other king on earth. Kings from every nation came to consult him and to hear the wisdom God had given him. Year after year, everyone who visited brought him gifts of silver and gold, clothing, weapons, spices, horses, and mules. Solomon had 4,000 stalls for his horses and chariots, and he had 12,000 horses. He stationed some of them in the chariot cities, and some near him in Jerusalem. He ruled over all the kings from the Euphrates River in the north to the land of the Philistines and the border of Egypt in the south. The king made silver as plentiful in Jerusalem as stone, and valuable cedar timber was as common as the sycamore fig trees that grow in the foothills of Judah. Solomon's horses were imported from Egypt and many other countries. The rest of the events of Solomon's reign, from beginning to end, are recorded in the record of Nathan the prophet and the prophecy of Ahijah from Shiloh, and also in the visions of Iddo the seer concerning Jeroboam son of Nebat. Solomon ruled in Jerusalem over all Israel for 40 years. When he died, he was buried in the city of David, named for his father. Then his son Rehoboam became the next king. And just like that, boom, it skips to the end of Solomon's reign. Which, again, since this is supposed to be a recap, it's I think the point has been made that things were magnificent enough during Solomon's reign to essentially be like a worldwide wonder. Not only the wealth, but also his wisdom. So, yeah, things were going great back then because they were following God. Okay, got all sorts of little notes to look at here. Manned by the sailor sent by Hiram. Note there, Hebrew says Huram, which is a variant spelling anyway. Ancient Hebrew, I don't think, had any vowels anyway, so it's like, I mean, there might have been some letters that serve similar functions to what we might say, I don't know. Like, I think there was one that might have resembled a Y, but is Y a vowel or a consonant? Sometimes it's either or. So, anyway, I digress. And I'm just basing that off of what I think I remember hearing from other people, by the way. I have not actually studied Hebrew. But the point is, the sailors from the guy that Solomon made a trade deal with to help get supplies for the temple, it's sailors sent by him that are manning these trading ships. Okay. And instead of peacocks, that could say baboons at the end. I mean, apes and baboons are definitely a lot closer, a lot more like each other than apes and peacocks, but in any case, it's like he's getting so many things, not even just precious metals or materials, but even animals are involved in this. So, makes me wonder if they would have set up anything equivalent to a zoo. So, yes, he became richer than any other king. I think he was already wiser than any other king, because he had gotten that from God earlier. Had all these stalls for his horses. Had 12,000 either horses or charioteers, either way. 12,000, living beings of some sort that were used for the chariots. Rule over all the kings from the Euphrates River. Hebrew just says the river, but okay, that was the main one in the area. So it rules from there in the north to the border of Egypt in the south. When mentioning sycamore fig trees in the foothills of Judah, Hebrew says the Shephelah instead of the foothills of Judah. Shephelah was probably actually the name of that area, but that gives us absolutely no indication of where that would be. So, possibly for modern readers, it's translated as the foothills of Judah. Horses were imported from Egypt, possibly Muzur district near Cilicia. But I think that was still somewhere in the Mediterranean Sea region, which Egypt would also have access to. So it might have been a place that was ruled by Egypt anyway. Okay. And then we read about the kind of summary of Solomon's reign, and that wraps up the chapter. So there you have it for 2 Chronicles 9. Okay. I'll move on to the next one after I get a sip of water here. Also, random note, I must have burned my tongue a little bit as I was having lunch, because I could feel it. It feels weird in my mouth. Anyway, Sunshine Games, hello. Hope you're doing well today. Yes, I will be reading another chapter. But after that, I will be shifting things over to some video game stuff. Feel free to engage in discussion. Just know that as I'm reading or later on engaged with video game stuff, I might take a little bit to respond. Alright. Let's go ahead and get this chapter started then. Alright, so now we're looking at 2 Chronicles chapter 10. So, last chapter I kind of wrapped up the summary of Solomon's reign as king of ancient Israel. It said then that his son Rehoboam became the next king. And honestly, I don't know if there's a whole lot more context that's needed, other than keeping in mind that 1st and 2nd Chronicles were written as sort of a recap to the ancient Israelite exiles to kind of say how they got into this position of being exiled and how they could hopefully set things right. So, yeah. I guess without further ado, let's read 2 Chronicles 10 here. Rehoboam went to Shechem, where all Israel had gathered to make him king. When Jeroboam, son of Nebat, heard this, he returned from Egypt, for he had fled to Egypt to escape from King Solomon. The leaders of Israel summoned him, and Jeroboam and all Israel went to speak with Rehoboam. Your father was a hard master, they said. Lighten the harsh labor demands and heavy taxes that your father imposed on us. Then we will be your loyal subjects. Rehoboam replied, Come back in 3 days for my answer. So the people went away. Then King Rehoboam discussed the matter with the older men who had counseled his father Solomon. What is your advice? He asked. How should I answer these people? The older counselors replied, If you are good to these people and do your best to please them and give them a favorable answer, they will always be your loyal subjects. Okay, gonna pause there for a bit. So, apparently the people were tired of the harsh labor and the heavy taxes, as it mentions kind of in this section. Like, you don't get a temple and a palace as majestic as what they had without a lot of hard work. And it didn't really directly say anything about the taxes and if that played any sort of a role in the ultimate abundance of supplies for the temple and then for other things afterwards. But it definitely could have been related. So now that all that's done, or especially now that all that's done, the people are, wanting things eased up, and they saw the crowning of a new king as a great opportunity to try and ask for that. Rehoboam, barely even being king at this point, understandably is probably like, I'm not sure what to do just yet. Give me some time to think about that. So he goes to some of his father's advisors and sees, or, asks them what they think he should do. And they basically said, yes, you should lighten up on these people a bit if you want to have their favor. I guess there's not a whole lot else I have to say on that. Also, we've obviously read through this before back in, First Kings, but this is a recap for the exiles. So it's going to be repeating a lot of the stuff that was in there. Okay. So he gets the advice of the older counselors, and then we get to verse 8 here. But Rehoboam rejected the advice of the older men, and instead asked the opinion of the young men who had grown up with him and were now his advisors. What is your advice? He asked them. How should I answer these people who want me to lighten the burdens imposed by my father? The young men replied, This is what you should tell those complainers who want a lighter burden. My little finger is thicker than my father's waist. Yes, my father laid heavy burdens on you, but I'm going to make them even heavier. My father beat you with whips, but I will beat you with scorpions. So, he apparently doesn't like the advice of the older counselors, which makes you wonder why he would even ask them. It's almost like how some people will I guess, ask a rhetorical question that they don't even really want you to answer because they already have a certain idea in mind, and they're just trying to lead someone towards that. I don't know. Especially nowadays, I feel like in online discussions and things like that, there's a whole lot of hey, well, what about da-da-da-da-da, that is completely not, like, maybe only tangentially related to whatever issue was being discussed. Or it might be relevant, I don't know. In any case, so, like, people will ask these questions only to come around after the other person answers in some way and, like, try and lay the smackdown, so to speak. I don't know if that's necessarily what Rehoboam's doing here, but, like, he clearly didn't want to do what the older counselors asked. And given what happened during Solomon's reign, how things had gotten so magnificent with the palace and the temple and, like, all this wealth, like, I think even just from that perspective, it's understandable that he wouldn't want to change what was happening to get them to that. So then he talks with some younger men who he grew up with, apparently. And they say the exact opposite. They're like, nah. Don't lighten their loads. Make them worse. Impose heavier taxes. Push harder labor. And yeah. Basically just intimidate them. And of course, because they're his friends, he's probably gonna go with that advice. Especially since it already says he rejected the older men's advice. But we'll read what happened starting in verse 12. 3 days later, Jeroboam and all the people returned to hear Rehoboam's decision, just as the king had ordered. But Rehoboam spoke harshly to them, for he rejected the advice of the older counselors and followed the counsel of his younger advisors. He told the people, "My father laid heavy burdens on you, but I'm going to make them even heavier. My father beat you with whips, but I will beat you with scorpions." So the king paid no attention to the people. This turn of events was the will of God, for it fulfilled the Lord's message to Jeroboam, son of Nebat, through the prophet Ahijah from Shiloh. When all Israel realized that the king had refused to listen to them, they responded, "Down with the dynasty of David. We have no interest in the son of Jesse. Back to your homes, O Israel. Look out for your own house, O David." So all the people of Israel returned home. But Rehoboam continued to rule over the Israelites who lived in the towns of Judah. King Rehoboam sent Adoniram, who was in charge of forced labor, to restore order, but the people of Israel stoned him to death. When this news reached King Rehoboam, he quickly jumped into his chariot and fled to Jerusalem. And to this day, the northern tribes of Israel have refused to be ruled by a descendant of David. This day, I guess, being, the time of the Israelites being exiled. Because, that's when this at least would have been told to the people. Which, by the way, most of this would have been spoken to the majority of people who would have gotten any word of this. Because, literacy rates were not as high back then. So, being able to read and write in particular wasn't as common. So because of that, a lot of stories were, kept through oral retellings. And, any reminders like this to the people, especially if it was to a large number of them, probably would have been told, rather than handed out and given to them to read. Making stuff to write on was also more difficult back then, so it was also less common to just mass print things and send them out like that. In fact, I don't know if printing was even really much of a thing back then. It was written, for the most part, if not entirely. So, anyway. Essentially, Rehoboam tells the people he's going to make things even worse. More harsh labor, higher taxes. And the people say, all right, you know what? Forget you. We're not going to be ruled by you. We're going to go back home and, I guess, presumably select their own king, which it mentioned this fulfilling the Lord's message to Jeroboam. I forget what exactly that was, but you could go back to 1 Kings to read more on that, I think. But there was essentially a prophecy told to him that he was going to rule at some point. So that's just the, that was the message to Jeroboam, essentially, was that he was going to be king. And it was, I forget what all exactly happened, but it was even specific enough that it was like, okay, yeah, you're not going to rule over the entirety of the current kingdom of Israel, but most of it, you will. Okay, notes here to read up on, where it says, my father laid heavy burdens on you. That comes from the Greek version and many Hebrew manuscripts. Masoretic text reads, I will lay. But then it wouldn't also say that he's going to make them heavier, right? I feel like that would have to be translated a little bit different. Paid no attention to the people. When all Israel realized that the king had refused to listen to them, note there says, comes from Syriac version, Latin Vulgate, and many Hebrew manuscripts. Masoretic text lacks realized. So, I guess then it would just say that all Israel responded down with the dynasty of David. Because it wouldn't be like, when all Israel that the king. That makes no grammatical sense. Anyway. So they respond in that way. A lot of these notes really are just like translation notes that are put in here by the translators to say, in addition to what you read in here and the translation we decided upon overall, here's a note about other translation possibilities. Hebrew there says Hadarim instead of Adoniram, but it's considered a variant spelling. Although, I don't recall that name being included as a note back in 1 Kings, so maybe because it was Adoniram in First Kings, they decided to keep it consistent here. But yeah, I wonder if technically, by our current day, any parts of northern Israel have been ruled by a descendant of David. Although they don't really have a king anymore, per se. Nor did Israel really have their own king after the exile. I don't think. They had other kings rule over them at various points. But yeah, I don't think they really had their own chosen king any other time after that. Anyway, so there's the big split between Judah and the rest of Israel, separating them into two separate kingdoms. And that's really when the downfall of ancient Israel started to really pick up steam, so to speak. But that's all we get for 2 Chronicles chapter 10. Okay. And I'm sure things will continue being recapped from there. How many more chapters do I have left in 2 Chronicles? I know this probably looks a little awkward from your view. Okay, there's a total of 36. So I still got quite a ways to go. Alright. But that is all I have planned for today's Bible study portion of the stream. Or the Bible study portion of today's stream. Anyway, words. So, I'm going to take a quick little break for some ads and maybe a little bit of something else. And I will transition things over to Kingdom Hearts 3, where we will continue stuff in Monstropolis. But Twitch folks, at least, I will see you on the flip side of a break here. Alright. Get another little sip of water. Maybe I feel like I needed a little bit extra because of burning my tongue a little bit earlier. Still reading 2 Chronicles. I'm at King Hezekiah. Okay. Yeah, Hezekiah I don't think was too far from being the last king. But anyway, I'm still going to be reading through 2 Chronicles, at least in this instance, for another, that's like 26 more chapters I have, which means it'll be 13 more weeks. It's always bad king, then finally a good king who tears down idols, then their son goes bad again. Yep. Kinda, in a way, resembles how things went during the time of the judges. Honestly, that's just human nature in a lot of ways. Things are good. People don't think they need God. They turn away from God, then things go bad. And then they turn back to God. Yeah, kind of my point exactly. That cycle tends to happen within a lot of us. In fact, possibly even everybody, save for Jesus. Okay. But Twitch ad break is done, so I'm gonna go ahead and boot up Kingdom Hearts 3 here. Switch on over to this scene. I can ditch my own background music because Kingdom Hearts has plenty of its own. Yeah. I don't think any one of us... In fact, it's even biblical to say that not a single one of us are immune from falling away and then turning back. And, like, whether it be in little ways or big ways relative to our understanding. Reading Hebrews helps me not fall away, but reading this over and over in Chronicles... you know, honestly, just more leaning into God's word and prayer and all that kind of stuff. All of that should be helping in some way. And it's probably about the best advice anyone could give a fellow believer for trying to, you know, break old sinful patterns. Okay, and here's where I always debate with myself. Do I keep my microphone this way as I'm looking over there, or do I, like, turn it around in some other way? Alright. So... I think I'm gonna go with flipping it. Doop-a-doop. Because my attention is generally a bit more over that way, or going to be, while playing this. Okay. I'm going to start playing this game. Feel free to keep chatting and stuff. Again, just know that I might not respond super quickly. Yeah, I decided I would play through the entire series in anticipation of Kingdom Hearts 4, which I initially thought would be releasing quite a bit sooner than it seems like it will now. Coolest level now? It's so hard to say, though. Because there's so many. I do, like, just off the top of my head, I kind of want to say one of my favorite levels in the series was the Land of Dragons, aka Mulan's World. Kind of liked... I mean, I don't know. I just like what they did with it, I guess. Donald become an alien. We are in Monstropolis, so everybody is a monster to fit in with that. Okay. I'm gonna start recording stuff as I advance the game. Again, feel free to keep discussion going, but I will be working on making some game progress too. Alice level was a fave, but that was years ago. I haven't seen the dragon one. Yeah, Wonderland was interesting as well. The almost puzzle-like nature of the entire thing, especially in the first game. Alright. Here we go.
Enjoy what's left of your miserable
Alright, so we're here in Monstropolis amidst a trap that was set by Randall that we now kind of gotta figure our way out of. Ultimately, we are trying to get Boo out of Monstropolis and to safety. We thought we were going into her door, but it turns out Randall tricked us by making a different door look like hers. Alright, gonna work on prepping some Keyblade form changes here.
Here we go.
Also, yay, shot locks. I do think this time playing through the game, I am much more taking advantage of the variety of combat options than I might have done in some previous ones, some previous playthroughs.
Hey, what's with the machines? They've gone totally bonkers. There's no way we can take Boo through here safely.
This must be what Randall meant by improvements.
Nothing we can't handle.
Yep.
Sully, maybe you and Mike should take Boo someplace that's safe.
Right.
If you find a contraption controlling those things and smash it, that should do the trick.
Ow. Wow, that does a lot of damage. Oh. Right. I gotta destroy the stuff that's in between. Forgot about that for a sec. Ow.
Oh, I see a machine up there in the cage past the stairs.
Did not mean to wall run there. Okay, well, I made it to the end. Thanks for the healing, Donald. Okay.
Coast is
Machines have
clear.
been shut down.
Go.
Yeah, well, that was just a warm-up. The real
Now maybe I could take a little bit of a look at anything I might have missed down here. Like this treasure. Okay, that's, I think, a material that helps with leveling the Keyblades.
revenge is sweet.
Alright. Doesn't seem like there was anything else to find. So let's move along here.
Surprise, losers. Why don't you just fail already?
Okay. Hyper Hammer.
No, 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 no!
Yeah, let's get the drill punch ready to go. But I am also then going to change to a different Keyblade. Because I essentially want to have all the form changes at the ready for whenever the next big battle comes along. Or at least as many as I can.
Back off! My shield!
And no more enemies around here. Okay. The way you kind of float around in this form is very reminiscent of Wisdom form in Kingdom Hearts 2.
Say scream!
I was only trying to get a picture of the lucky emblem. Mike just happened to be there. Oh, this is where we were already. Okay, other way.
Oh yeah!
Sora, look.
At what? This elevator thing, I guess?
Great! The power's out again!
Okay, we know what to do. Gotta find... Bingo!
Huh?
Mike? How's that supposed to help?
Whisper, whisper, whisper.
That's good.
Yep, take it away.
Nice try, Mike.
What?
I'm not doing this
Wait.
alone.
Hey, you, not me. Come on. Sully. Whoa. No, stop. Sully. Not what I had in mind.
Also, if the power... I guess the power was only out for the elevator? Because this seems to be working just fine.
Oh,
As they stand there all just like, what is going on?
oh! It's on! Nice work, guys!
Okay, but first... Well, let me see if there's anything up here. There is. Umbrella Rosette. That's one of those status effect related things. Don't think I need to worry about sneezing anymore. Cloud protection. Okay. Also raises water resistance instead of arrow. Prevent the cloud status. Yeah. Maybe I'll have that equipped just because I think it might be coming up here. Otherwise, why would they give it to me? Like, why would they give me that if the cloud status wasn't a significant possibility coming up here soon? At some point, probably in between bits of recording, I should really try and talk with a Moogle so I can at least upgrade my Keyblades.
Come back. You can't run off, kid.
Oh.
Kitty!
Ah, there you are. Oh, that paint was kind of growing on me.
Woo! This is way better. Ah, hey, no. Would you cut that out?
Boo, come here.
Fancy that, right before we had to get into any more combat.
Let's get her out of here.
The Heartless are here too?
I'll distract them.
Back off! Try this!
Let's go.
Screw that.
Why me?
So yeah, aside from doing this on proud mode, for those who are not aware, the main other modification that I've made to how this playthrough would go is that I disabled attractions for most situations. So, okay, sorry, random thing, because I just noticed. At the top of the Mirage Tower there, it looked like there were 3 people. One of which was Sora, obviously. I would have to think the other 2 were probably Roxas and Ven. You know, what with their hearts being connected to his and all that. Okay, so that stopped those things from moving. How else does that help me? I mean, I do get some treasure here, so there's that. How to play golf. Classic Kingdom minigame, okay. Got some ingredients for cooking stuff. Alright, now back onto the main path. Okay. Lightning enemies. Definitely do not want to use Thundara, or just Thunder, whatever. Do not want to use Thunder Magic then. Ow.
Don't get zapped.
There! See ya!
See, so like right here. Yeah, there's totally... Although... one of the other people up there definitely just looked kind of like another copy of Sora. So maybe that's all it was. It's just... multiple Soras. Which, granted, there are also technically, according to the lore from other games, there are multiple Soras that exist. So we came from over here, right? Kinda. Yeah, we came from behind this. Can't go back, not that I really want to right now. Real quick. Want to look at abilities. Donald got Thunder Boost. I will equip that for sure. Okay. More rogue lasers, yay.
Not this again.
We'll take care of it.
Pretty sure the control panel for this place is upstairs.
That was close.
You chumps ever wonder what microwave popcorn
Well, it doesn't help us when the one protective thing gets destroyed. The one bit of cover, I guess, is a more accurate way of saying that. And now there's more.
Guess what, losers? I decided to ramp things up a little. This one's a real whopper.
Says he decided to ramp things up a little bit. Is that supposed to be wordplay based on the fact that we're going up a ramp?
I bet we'll find some ingredients around here.
And here's the thing to shut all that off. No more danger lasers. Oh, and just like that, another section opened up.
Alright, I'll give you that.
I don't think I really missed anything in here. I got that one treasure that was part way through.
I gotta say, revenge is sweet.
Yeah. I really don't think there's much else. I could see maybe a lucky emblem being somewhere along the way, but I'm not trying to go full completionist on this or anything. Okay, so onward we go. And more fighting, I'm sure.
Once we get through here, we're clear.
Yep, this is the central control unit for the whole factory. Now what do you say we get out of here?
Let me.
Whoa!
And why would you
Show
try and
a
do
little
that?
finesse!
Oh.
Rats! Randall must have messed this up. Nothing works.
Maybe it would be faster to just break it.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Ah!
Hang on!
Oh.
Think I've got a better idea. If we can just short it out, the lock will disengage. And lucky for us, Boo is a walking energy generator.
That might work.
You're our MVP, Boo.
Ooh.
Whoa, 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 whoa! Yeehaw! Hider!
I'm on it.
And as if to try and keep Boo from laughing, these guys show up. Oh, geez. Ouch. Yeah, these big guys can be a bit of a problem. Okay, Trinity Guard, that should help. Okay. And now there's more. You get away from them. I get so involved in the combat that sometimes I forget about the Mirage Staff's best feature, which is making a few clones of yourself and then just attacking from a distance with the multiple copies of yourself that you've just made. Now, oh jeez. It definitely was not trying to be close to this guy as he attempted to, you know, eat me, essentially.
I think we need to thin out their ranks a bit more.
Also, I'm really glad at this point that the finishing moves trigger themselves. Kaboom. Screen strike. Right, do I have to be somewhere specific for it? Nope. Okay, good. Combo Master. Interesting. We'll have to look into that here in a bit.
It's no use. We need a bigger burst of laughter.
Would you care to do the honors?
I'd love to. Ha! Pa! 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 Ta-da! 40 love, game, and set! I'm not cut out for this racket. Come on, it's a tennis joke. Should I have gone with ping pong?
Nothing could have saved that one.
Wait! Nobody move! I dropped my contact.
I don't think Boo's gonna get it, Mike.
Do you get it?
Yeah, it's 'cause his eye's so big. The joke is, you can't lose a contact the size of a dinner plate.
Oh, fine.
You're supposed to be good at this.
I am once I'm warmed up.
Sora, do the funny face special.
Huh? What?
And the fact that they have a
You
name for
insist.
it. When it's literally just his forced
Everybody
grin.
join in.
The smile that he forced in the first game when he initially met Donald and Goofy. Does that mean he's done it multiple other times since then? That they have a name for it like that?
You boys aren't gonna leave without saying goodbye.
Give it a rest, Randall. You're not gonna get away with this.
We'll stop anything you throw at us.
Yeah! Maybe you will. Or then again, maybe you won't. I have still got an ace up my sleeve. Now, I command you to destroy them. Huh?
He's like, I command you.
Hey, come on! Move! Move, you stupid...
Looks like your ace is a joker.
What a pile of junk!
What? Hey! No.
Just leave him. Don't think he can cause us any more trouble.
Kitty!
Besides, we gotta focus on getting Boo home.
You're right.
Boo's door has to be somewhere in the vault. If we head outside and go through the power station, we can get to the door vault that way. Follow me.
Now, which member of Organization 13 would that be? Yeah, that's probably more like what Randall expected. Laughter Pin grants a moderate boost in strength, small boost in magic, and a slight boost in maximum AP. Alright. Sunshine's Games, thanks for hopping in, joining the stream, chatting for a little bit. Hope your read of 2nd Chronicles goes well, along with whatever else you happen to do. Firefighter Rosette. See, now... Now we've got the one for burn protection, which, from what I recall, might actually be a bit more likely than any of the, like, cloud or sneeze status stuff also. Abilities, right, Combo Master. Continue combos even if your swings miss the enemy. Okay. That's actually kind of helpful. Attraction extender is completely irrelevant because I'm not using attractions. Okay. Anything up here on any of these? Doesn't look like it. Okay. Hey, got some olive oil from a machine like that seems a bit odd. Other ingredients might have made a bit more sense to me. Let's go ahead and grab one of those and one of those. Pretty much anything equipment-wise that I can buy that I don't already have in stock, I am going to buy one. I might already have a technician's ring equipped to somebody, but it wouldn't help. Or sorry, it wouldn't hurt to have a backup. Okay. Go to the workshop real quick. I am mostly concerned with the Keyblade Forge. Definitely could do with upgrading this one a couple of times. Arrows, interesting. Oh, well. Definitely could have upgraded favorite deputy a little bit. Oh well. Not terribly interested in synthesizing any of that. Got a
Put this in the
prize
mail.
postcard. I guess whenever I get a moment, I'll have to head on back to Twilight Town. I think it's Twilight Town that has that in this game.
Don't forget to mail that off.
For now, we press on.
Take this!
Okay. I guess that was arrows, huh?
Oh no.
This is part of the reason I got the burn protection.
Disregard code 835, 7216 in progress. We have visual on unidentified life forms. Suspected cause of the conflagration. Code 7216 over.
We gotta get to Boo's door.
Yeah.
The whole factory. It's a total mess.
I know, Mikey, but right now we just have to keep moving.
Alright. Just keep moving, just keep moving. Oh wait, wrong movie.
Ready to descend.
Curious what the CDC thinks they can do.
Stand aside. We'll get this fire put out pronto.
I guess that.
Code 7216, unidentified life forms sighted.
These guys are our specialty.
See, the whole thing with 2319 is that, like, it matches with letters of the alphabet. Having a code that involves 72 doesn't really make sense in light of that.
Spotted digital unidentified life forms.
Take this!
Oh, yeah, I'm supposed to be using water magic to put out the fire, aren't I?
Light! Go get him!
I think I put water in the second shortcut set, yeah. Okay, or maybe I was just supposed to clear the enemies. Water did get upgraded, though.
Thank you. You did great.
Yes, sir. We'll be on our way.
Time to go. Yeah.
Okay, but real quick. Fire up angle. Which, honestly, would probably add to fire resistance. Okay.
You got it. Here we go. Back off.
Okay. Clear through there.
Hope we find some ingredients around here.
Just imagine the yummy stuff little chef will whip up with this.
Got a couple of lightning materials. Glad I checked that stuff.
Requesting backup. We need help containing the fire. Unidentified life form spotted.
Flare Force, yeah. Why am I still using basic water when it's upgraded now? Probably just because the game didn't automatically change that in the shortcuts. Strength, magic, and defense all increased just now for Sora. Okay. Any other enemies around here? No? Okay, good. Was there something else I wanted to check? Oh, geez. Yeah, I did also get all that stuff. Oh, right. I wanted to change water to watera. You know, use the upgraded magic, because why not? Okay, no more enemies for now. Run on up here. Lots of sliding along the pipe. Oh, I think I hit that just in time. I forgot to change which one of the Y commands I was going to use. Water guy's probably going to run out before I encounter any more enemies. At least I still got Scream Strike ready to go.
The door vault is this way.
We can drop down from here.
Wait, is this where I'm supposed to drop down? Yeah, I guess so. Because it won't let me go in there. What? Hiya!
Back off!
Treasure!
Yeah!
What do we have here? Mickey's Circus. Another minigame. Okay.
The crane might come in handy if we need to get back up.
I'm like, crane, what crane? Oh yeah, Lucky Emblem.
Let's see.
But seriously though, I'm confused as to where the crane is. Oh, that crane, duh. Anything up here? Yes. Got an ether. Gonna save. Alright. At least one more little segment. I just realized. Did I potentially call them the CDC before?
We can do this.
If I did, that was a mistake. CDC is actually a real-world organization.
Here we go.
At least I think it is, if I'm remembering right. Anyway.
I know what this is.
Go get him.
The fire is ready.
Yeah.
Sora, do something. Put the fire out.
Yeah, because in real life, the CDC relates to, like, food and drug stuff. Basically, you know, like, things that are consumable by people. Okay. Got another item slot. And Mike leveled up. Pride Heartbinder. Yeah, we can summon Simba now. Race around the field while using Faraga Roar to stun nearby enemies, and then Faraga Leap to send them flying. Top it off by pressing Y to set the whole area ablaze. Fitting that we get that after all the fire stuff.
This way. Oh, great. This time we're really stuck.
Sully, have you got any ideas?
Just give me a second.
Kitty!
Oh.
If I'm right about that pipe... Yep, it's perfect. Boo! Thank you. We gotta follow that pipe.
What? Wait a sec. I thought we were going straight to the door vault. The only place that pipe leads is to the cooling tank. You sure you don't have a better idea?
Don't worry, Mike. Just trust me.
So either that doesn't lead to the cooling tank like Mike thinks, or there's a way directly from the cooling tank to the door vault. Is what I'd be thinking. Gonna save again real quick. Okay. Up the pipe we go. You know what? Yeah. Start this off with a shot rock. Alright, I'm kind of getting tired of waiting on using the other keyblades. I should heal soon. Oh, right. I gotta change my shortcut. Duh. Oh, okay. Well, that did it for that battle. It was actually kind of shorter than I expected.
I'm pretty sure maintenance hasn't finished patching it up. This way.
Wait a second. It's the door vault.
Yep, what'd I tell you?
Sure, nice job, Saul. Seriously, if I didn't know any better, I'd say you actually ran the place.
Thanks, Mikey. All right.
Because he actually
It's not
does.
much farther.
But I guess that's the joke, huh? I don't want to just waste my stun impact there.
Here we go.
Ah, that was the other Keyblade.
It's over. See ya. Oh yeah.
Flare Force, sure. Okay. Not sure I could just put that out with water magic. No, doesn't look like it. Okay.
The door vault's right through there.
Back off. Here we go.
Reprisal boost.
That was
Guess
close.
that means any, like, counterattack kind of things I do will deal more damage once I equip that. Which is nice.
Let's just let's joke.
Gosh, it looks like some kind of trail.
Oh, yeah. It's that time now, isn't it? Time for quite possibly my least favorite boss in the game. Okay, not just yet.
We should work together and find Boo's door.
Okay, so maybe before I dive straight into that, I might actually call that an episode and end recording here. Because otherwise it's like I would be doing this boss fight and then getting into some story stuff that I don't even know how long it's going to be. I mean, probably wouldn't be much more than, say, like 10 minutes, but still. Don't feel like doing all that right now. So, yeah. Alright. And then I can check on other equipment and abilities and things like that. I'm like, do I need burn protection? I mean, having the fire bangle would be more useful than the Thundara trinket against this boss. That's for sure. Not seeing overall notably better stats on anything else that doesn't like fully specialize in AP. Cover MP each time you take damage, yeah. Probably want to keep that on. Ooh, Donald got another armor slot. I gave him 2 defense or 3 defense and Thunder Siphon. Or 1 defense and resistance from basically everything except Dark. I guess I'll go with that. Okay. Money converter, Extra cast. Cast magic or use magic skill 1 extra time between running out of MP and recharging. Cure magic and link commands will still trigger a recharge, duh. Okay, that's the one that increases defense when HP is low. Or I give him the MP walker, which, I guess he would also get 1 more magic from that, but otherwise, not really worth fussing over. Triple Rush. Combo finisher. Close in on the target as you attack. Sure, why not? I mean, that's more than one finisher that I have equipped now, but I don't think that's a problem. Increase the damage you deal with reprisals by 50%. Heck yeah. Okay. Okay, so I guess shortcut set C is my summon set. I don't think there are any more than 6 types of magic. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, at least not yet. Like, I could maybe shortcut another item right now, but I don't know if there's really that much of a need to. I guess maybe a mega potion would be nice. Okay. Kind of save again after all that. Yes. And for the moment, I'm gonna take a little bit of a break, get up, move around some, and meanwhile, Twitch ads will roll. So, yeah. All that to say, I will see y'all in a little bit. Okay. Just wanted to stay up on my feet a little bit, since I've been sitting for quite a while. In fact, really, most of the day. Okay. With the song transition there, I think that gives me a perfect moment to cut right back over to this. Okay. And I guess it's time we continue. All right. Now, I think it's officially time for what is possibly my least favorite boss in the game. At least out of the
Everybody look for Boo's
individual world's main story bosses.
door. Randall.
Didn't you learn your lesson with that pile of junk fiasco?
Oh, I learned a lot.
Wait, Mike. Something's different.
Oh, please. It's just more junk.
Actually, isn't it the same thing? Except it works the way he planned now.
An unversed!
How can you... yeah, I guess because of the symbol. I was like, how can you tell it's unversed? But nope,
Mike,
that's why.
time to reach down and let the scary out.
Oh, I'm ready, Sully. I'm ready!
Finally. This is exactly what I need to take over the company. But first, I am getting rid of you.
Attack!
Oh, it does do the cloud thing. Well, phooey. I was trying to block that back. Oh, it doesn't block that back, it just blocks it in general. Okay. That's not actually gonna hit much of anything, is it? Should have waited a little while. Hyper Hammer, sure, why not? Alright, on to the drill punch. Scream strike. Yeah. Also, we have not gotten to the thing that is the reason why I can... the reason why I don't really like this boss so much. I guess that comes later in the battle. Well, that's not great either. But I think I'm just having trouble with that because I'm maybe a bit under-leveled. Oh, now we're getting to the part that I'm not such a big fan of.
Good to go.
Yes, Scream Strike. That, I think, will help. And then let's add some shot lock in here. Yeah. Maybe that'll help neutralize all these random appendages strewn about the arena.
Back off! Get him, baby! Back off! Hit him good! Back off! Back off! Back off!
Blocked a little too early there. Same with that time. I already healed. Why did you heal me there? Okay. Didn't realize I was out of time for that already. Flare Force. Yeah. Is there something specific I'm supposed to do to the hands and whatnot during this phase? Okay. Honestly, this isn't going too poorly. Maybe I just really did not have the right approach before. Based on what I've seen so far, this whole cloud status effect really isn't that bad. Oh, come on. Alright, Sonic Blade. Oh man, if I just had the upgraded version here. Mirage Staff, yeah, that's what I'm trying to get going here.
Good to go.
And that right there is why I wanted the Mirage Staff form change going. Yeah, I'm starting to think I was just doing a terrible job of utilizing all the combat tools I had available Let's be real here. Because this is not going too poorly at all. Scream Strike. Boom. Finished it off with Grand Magic. Yeah. Cura. So, once I get a moment, I'll be swapping regular Cure out for the upgraded version. Yeah.
Why?
Huh?
If it was really that simple, why did he go with the really complicated version before?
All right, and in you go.
There's no place for you here anymore, Randall. Now we're in the business of making children laugh.
You think it's funny? Hilarious. The more that you whine, the funnier it gets.
Enjoy your extended vacation.
You clowns are gonna be sorry
Yeah.
when I find my way back and I finally take over this place.
Gators in the house again.
Are you kidding? Oh, this mommy's in for it. Come here, you. Oh. Get back here.
Mike watches on in horror, but at the same time amusement at what happens to Randall.
And now we just need to do one last thing.
Hang on. I have a way to lock him out.
But was that really necessary, Sora?
Oh.
Okay, Boo. Time to go home. You must be tuckered out. But we'll play together real soon.
Just happens to be another door right behind that's also moving. Although a lot of the doors are moving in that moment. But just those two specifically are going to the,
Who are you?
I guess, the laugh floor now.
Gotta say, that strange facade had me fooled at first, brother.
Wait a sec. Oh yeah, you were at the cathedral. And hey, who are you to call anyone strange?
Say, do we know this guy?
We haven't ever met in the flesh. I am Vanitas.
Oh, this is the part where you spout some mumbo-jumbo and disappear, right?
This whole world was powered by Scream. They converted
So yeah,
the
that's who
screams of
it
human
was
children
earlier.
into energy.
But also,
And this
cathedral?
very company was what made it all happen. It's as rich a source of negative emotion as we'll ever find.
What cathedral is he talking about?
We already stopped doing that!
Did you? Then how do you explain all these canisters of surplus scream? This facility was everything I could hope for, and I was lucky enough to find a pawn whose heart was darkened by thoughts of revenge.
You mean Randall?
All Randall ever cared about was winning. And this guy took advantage of that weakness.
My heart is made of just one thing, and the unversed collected enough screams and sadness from those children to reconstruct it.
Yeah, and the whole time they were trashing our company in the process!
But even with all this negative emotion, my heart is still incomplete. I need something else. The half of me that sleeps on inside of your heart.
Vanitas!
Ventus. What a strange place to slither off to. You insignificant speck.
What are you talking about?
Oh, you wouldn't remember. When you were little, you formed a special bond with a boy named Ventus who joined with your heart.
Is he saying that one of the missing Keyblade wielders is inside Sora's heart?
Yeah, pretty much.
How is that possible?
At least that's what he's implying.
Now, you will return Ventus to me.
Donald! Goofy!
The king told us about this. Ventus wasn't able to defeat Vanitas. They struck each other down, and then the king said that Ventus's heart never returned to him.
Stay out of this.
Join your heart.
With mine!
Need to look.
Let me go!
Yeah, sure, I'll let you go. Right through one of these doors here.
Close it, quick! Ooh!
Hey!
That was awesome!
We owe you.
So I'm not sure what they did really
we
makes much
should be
difference
thanking
as
you.
far as
We
Vanitas'
never would've
ability to
managed
get back
move this
there.
far if you hadn't come along to help.
Considering, you know, how
Finally,
he
we
would
found her door.
usually get to a place.
Boo, I know how excited you were to come play with Mike and Sully. Sorry we dragged you into this. Hey, you are way scarier.
Gosh, I think you're both scary.
What?
They said that, right, when they entered this
Okay,
world.
Boo.
Did
Time
we
to
really
go.
need to get back to that?
Kitty.
We'll catch up soon, kid.
Mike Wazowski.
No, that's Donald, Boo.
Mike Wazowski.
Better. I'll see you, kid.
Boo!
So long!
Okay. And that was her actual door this time, not just Randall making it look like
Sorry
it is.
for all the headaches we caused.
Don't mention it. And actually, it was kind of nice having a little adventure for old time's sake.
Yeah, the flying and the falling. And hey, let's not do that paint thing again. But nothing like running for our lives to get the heart pumping.
I had a great time.
Donald, all you did was complain.
I did not.
Any chance that we can drop by again?
The door's always open.
And maybe Boo can join us.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, even as a monster, Sora's hand is still only about the size of one of Mike's fingers.
Happy exterminating!
Thank you!
Monstropolis. Story-wise, completed. Happy Gear, right. Emphasis on strength. Form changes, agile claws, and twin yo-yos.
We should go to the Realm of Darkness.
No way!
You can't go there until you get the power of waking.
But come on, we have to do something. If we don't act, the organization's gonna win.
Sora, do you even know how to get to the Realm of Darkness?
Well, Riku and the King do.
They won't tell you.
You could tell them
Until you
about
complete your
Vanitas,
own
though.
mission.
Also, I literally don't think we've seen inside the gummy ship more than like 2 seconds in any of the other games.
Enzo.
So, I have some news about Ansem's code, and the replica we need for Roxas's heart.
Oh.
And?
First, the replica. Evan is still missing, but we found some of his research. I'll see what I can learn from it.
You've got our thanks.
As for Ansem the Wise's data, we've discovered a very interesting passage. I'll read you exactly what he wrote. I have discovered 3 unique hearts inside of Sora's. One is Roxas.
Directly relevant to what they just
Has
discovered.
been with Sora for nearly as long. And a third has resided in Sora's heart for even longer. Most of his life, in fact. This is a truly astonishing discovery. While these hearts have now melded with Sora, grown silent
So,
and indistinct,
hang on.
Sora retains the memories of all 3. The memories have been compartmentalized.
Would it wouldn't be his own heart that was in there
I surmise
the
hearts
same
can be
amount of time as
awoken
Roxas's.
and
That
divided
doesn't
each of
really
them
make any
returns
sense
the
timing
box
wise.
that contains the
So,
correct memories.
would that be Shion's?
Unite the heart with its memories, and provided a suitable body.
Because,
within
I
which
mean,
it may
clearly,
flourish.
given that they're
And I
describing
believe any or all 3 of these people can be made real again.
Roxas and 2 more?
They said another heart has been connected with Sora's even longer.
Thanks, Enzo.
Certainly. Take care.
3 different hearts.
One of them's Roxas. The other one must be Ventus.
You didn't believe what they did to Santa.
Well, it's kinda all we got to go on. Sora, do you know who the third one might be?
Hey, that's not related.
Donald!
I don't know. I guess I just never paid enough attention to that to really speculate. Also, I had like little to no knowledge of Shion the first time I played through this.
Tell me, will you stay here?
I can't shake the feeling that these waters touch another shore I've visited.
The Destiny Islands.
Oh, you've heard of them?
Yes, they are quite lovely. A far cry from this wasteland.
I'm staying. Someone will come for me.
These waters are the in-between of dark and light.
Someone will come for you,
It
but
shows the margins.
there's no
of day and
guaranteeing it's going to be
night.
someone you
They
want to come
brought
for you.
You and I together. So why not also you and another?
Yes. Who's there?
You. Master, I must have a word with you.
Master. So now you mock me.
Do you recall those experiments of the heart you bade me cease? Among the test subjects was a girl. She had lost her memory, just as I had. But you can reconstruct memories. You did with Sora. I believe you have seen the girl's memories.
Yeah, that's gotta be connected with Shion. You kidding me?
Where did you put the girl?
What girl?
Very well. If you won't tell me here.
I think you should go.
A lost guardian of light? You wait here. For the king and his fool. Where's your Keyblade?
Don't need it.
No more.
Okay,
I'll
but
go.
like, actually, where is her Keyblade? Maybe it broke, kind of like Riku's, at some point within the Realm of Darkness.
I mustn't leave you with nothing.
Is this feeling?
So yeah, that's a lot of exposition that's happened after that boss battle. Kind of glad I didn't tack that on to the end of the previous episode.
Huh?
Hiya, Sora.
Hey, Dale. What's up?
Chip just got a message from Merlin. Chip, I got him. Hey, Chipper. Hi, Sora.
Hi, Chip. Does Merlin need us for something?
Yep, I think it's got something to do with some kind of book. He said he'll have a cup of tea while he waits for you. A cup of tea where? Oh, no. He said tea, but he didn't say where. Do you mean he left before you could find out? He's a tough wizard to pin down. Anyway, message delivered. Bye.
Where could he be having tea?
I don't know.
All sorts of places.
Say, if you were gonna have a cup of tea, wouldn't you want to have it at the best restaurant that you could find?
Oh, of course.
Yeah, that's a bit of a leap in logic.
Let's go drop by Twilight Town and we can see.
A, that assumes he knows
there.
about it. Which, I mean, he's a wizard. Why wouldn't he? But also that assumes that it's his favorite place. But I guess in a way it's all they have to go off of. Sort of like their guess about, you know, Ventus being in Sora's heart. Okay, so that definitely implies that I'm supposed to go back to Twilight Town. However, before I go and do that, let me swap out favorite deputy, especially since it hasn't been upgraded much. Bring on in the hold up, what does Lucky Strike do? Increase how often enemies drop items. Okay, I mean, that's kind of nice to have. Focus Converter. Convert all focus prizes to large focus prizes. That one's meh. But honestly, I just kind of want to show off the happy gear a little bit. What am I doing? Okay. I don't think there's too much else to look at there. Oh, right. Want to change Cure to Cura. Gonna save. Okay. And we shall embark. Headed for Twilight Town. Yeah. That's right. I don't even have to actually fly there or anything. I can just warp. Also, okay, what social media platform do you think they modeled this after? I would think maybe Instagram or something like that. It seems to be the closest thing it resembles, in my opinion.
I wonder if this poster's got one of them promo games.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, hang on. I have something to mail. Sent the prize postcard. Got 2 blazing stones. Another postcard. 3 writhing shards. Oh, hey. Another classic Kingdom game.
Let's try it out.
And another one. Are there any other posters like that?
Hope we find
Doesn't
some ingredients
seem
around
like
here.
it. Okay. Then I guess... Oh, hey, I can even, like, see Merlin sitting there.
Ah, greetings, gentlemen. What brings you all the way out here? Besides the finest tea this side of Big Ben, of course.
Huh? But, Merlin, I thought that you asked us to stop by.
Gracious, did I?
Didn't you leave a message for us with Chip and Dale?
About a book?
Ah, yes, the book. That's right. Behold.
Yep.
Hey, this
That
is...
book.
Someone's not on it.
Did something happen?
Well, that's what you need to find out, lad.
Okay, I'll see you in a bit.
Take care.
Wonder if and
Yes,
how they're
and
going to
good
integrate
luck.
Winnie the Pooh into Kingdom Hearts 4. Because so far, 100 Acre Wood has been in every main, like, numbered entry. Was also in Chain of Memories, come to think of it. Pausing that so I can answer chat here. Chris Terry, yes, I'm a Christian. That, I mean, I would think that's kind of implied by the channel name. How about you? Are you asking because you're a fellow Christian or because you have some kind of a question? Feel free to let me know and I'll pause what I'm doing here. Be sure that I am a Christian or be sure of something about Jesus. Because, I mean, I would like to think both are fairly simple answers, but I want to make sure I'm clear on which you're asking about. I mean, I guess I could just try and answer both. I mean, as far as being sure that I'm a Christian, it's pretty simple, really. It just kind of comes down to putting my faith and trust in Jesus, especially when it comes to, you know, the fact that Jesus paid the penalty for sin. And, like, how does a person know they're a Christian? Do you have verses? Ah, okay, that's definitely a good way to ask that question. I mean, the general gist is if you know, put your faith in Jesus for salvation from sin, you know, that what he did by dying on the cross and, you know, rising, I guess would be the term. Anyway, rising from the tomb 3 days later, like, that was sufficient for our salvation, but only if we put our faith and trust in him instead of trying to do things our own way. Now, I wish I could remember the passage off the top of my head, but I'm pretty sure there's actually, like, verses in the Bible that break that down. Let me see if I can look that up here. Meanwhile, let me switch scenes here a little bit. So, I'm going to go ahead and hop on over to this right here. So I pulled up on I'm on Bible.com, which is, if you're familiar with the YouVersion app, this is essentially the website version of it. Did he die for everyone or just the Jews? So there's also some thoughts on that. But so these passages that I've pulled up here are literally, all I did was search how to know you're a Christian. I would highlight Romans 10:9 here as one of the ones to read. I realize I've got my webcam blocking some of it right now. But that verse says, if you openly declare that Jesus is Lord and believe in your heart that God raised him from the dead, you will be saved. This was sent to the believers in Rome, not all of whom were previously Jewish. And in fact, there's, oh, geez, now you got me wondering what the reference is. But there's a passage where Paul, I think it's Paul, but there's a passage that says that there is now no longer Jew or Gentile, along with slave or free, male or female, and things like that. So, like, it essentially was saying that God's favor and the salvation offered to us isn't exclusive to any one group of people anymore. It's available for everyone. All you have to do, as it describes here, is declare that Jesus is Lord and believe that God raised him from the dead. Now, Jesus being Lord is the part where that's where a lot of Christians will describe, putting your faith in him for salvation from sin. Like, essentially also wanting to model your life after his, and that's where the belief that God raised him from the dead comes into play as well, because that considers, that he conquered sin and death. And all right, you're talking about Romans 10:1. Let's go to the whole chapter here. All it says in verse 1 is, "Dear brothers and sisters, the longing of my heart and my prayer to God is for the people of Israel to be saved." The people of Israel being saved isn't like, yes, he wants that, but that's not saying that that's who he's talking to in this chapter. So then if he's saying elsewhere that if you, reader of this, / person who would be saying it to the rest of your community, if you openly declare that Jesus is Lord, that he's not talking to Jews there. He's not talking about Israel in that case. And, like, there are other references to look at as well for indicators of that. I'm just trying to... Again, I'm not the best at having references memorized for things like that. I mean, Ephesians here just says God saved you by his grace when you believed. You can't take credit for it. It's a gift from God. Again, that's to the church in Ephesus. Again, not all Jews. 2 Corinthians 5:17 here says this means that anyone, emphasis on anyone who belongs to Christ has become a new person. It's like, yeah, I could see someone saying, oh, but belonging to Christ meant you had to be a Jew. Written to the church in Corinth, not all Jews. Like, in fact, I think Hebrews might have been the only New Testament letter that was specifically addressed to Jews. Now, a lot of Christians in the early church were previously Jews, but not all of them. And we get examples of that in, oh crud, why is the name of the book escaping my mind right now? I think maybe Philemon was an example of that, or there's like a guy from Ethiopia that gets saved. Romans 9, Paul says, but, okay, so Romans 9 talks about Israel being special, yes. They were God's chosen people in the Old Covenant, for sure. I'm just kind of trying to skim this here to see. Speak with utter truthfulness. Do. Hearts filled with bitter sorrow and unending grief for my people, my Jewish brothers and sisters. I would be willing to be forever cursed if that would save them. They are the people of Israel, chosen to be God's adopted children, but they were also chosen before. He made covenants with them and gave them his law. Gave them, but then he's going on, well then, has God failed to fulfill his promise to Israel? No, he says all who are born to the nation of Israel are members of God's people because they're descendants of Abraham, but being descendants of Abraham doesn't make them truly Abraham's children, for the scriptures say, Isaac is the son through whom your descendants will be counted, though Abraham had other children too. So it's not his physical descendants that are necessarily children of God, only the children of the promise, which would mean the ones descended from Isaac. But there's other places where, like, it talks about Abraham's faith being accounted as righteousness, not necessarily like his. There are other passages that specifically say that it's not like the old covenant isn't the standard anymore. That's not how we're saved from sin. It's faith in Jesus. Children of the promise came through Isaac. Yeah. Concerning the Gentiles, God says in the prophecy of Hosea, those who are not my people, I will now call my people, and I will love those whom I did not love before. So he's addressing this very concern right here. Gentiles are now being included in God's chosen people. They are part of the covenant as long as they have faith in Christ. Then at the place where they were told, you are not my people, there they will be called children of the living God. And concerning Israel, Isaiah the prophet cried out, though the people of Israel are as numerous as the sand of the seashore, only a remnant will be saved. For the Lord will carry out his sentence upon the earth quickly and with finality. This is the New Living Translation I'm reading from, by the way, in case that makes a difference to you. But still, the same general concepts will appear in any translation you look at. So, and then I think it even specifically gets into, even though the Gentiles were not trying to follow God's standards, they were made right with God, and it was by faith that this took place. People of Israel who tried so hard to get right with God by keeping the law never succeeded, because they were trying to get right with God by keeping the law instead of by trusting in him. So it's about trust in him. Okay, so this does come from Hosea, so let's read from Hosea, I guess. You're saying Hosea 1? The time will come when Israel's people will be like the sands of the seashore, too many to count. Wasn't there like an earlier part of it that was being... I don't know. I'm not sure where exactly that... Oh, that comes from Hosea 2:23. The part that's about those who are not my people, I will now call my people. That's where that reference comes from. But let's read this a little bit as well. Time will come when Israel's people will be like the sands of the seashore, too many to count. Then at the place where they were told, you are not my people, it will be said, you are children of the living God. Then the people of Judah and Israel will unite together, they will choose one leader for themselves, and they will return from exile together. Okay, but on to chapter 2. Crud, what verse exactly did it say that was 20? Verse 23 is what it calls out there. That day I will answer, says the Lord. Earth will answer, 30 cries. At that time I will plant a crop of Israelites and raise them for myself. I will show love to those I called not loved, and to those I called not my people, I will say, now you are my people. And they will reply, you are our God. So this right here is what Paul is calling out and using as evidence to say that Gentiles are also part of God's people now. So the thing is, there are things from the Old Testament that, in the Old Testament context, seem as though they are addressed to Israel. But Paul, and in some cases even Jesus himself, takes some of these very passages and sheds a new light on them in a way that also can be applied to other people, not just Jews. But yeah, so yeah, there's this section here in Hosea 2 where it's pretty much using an allegory to talk about Israel's unfaithfulness. And then it gets into, God, I guess, wanting to sort of redeem them or still show them love. But if the New Testament was referring to the Old Testament passage, it would still be 100% true. And that's a thing that I honestly only encountered within the past few years to any significant understanding of the fact of these passages possibly even having multiple different uses for different groups of people at different times. That was kind of the crux of how Paul or Jesus or anyone in the New Testament could have taken these Old Testament scriptures and then applied them to people who weren't Jews. But again, essentially, if you are saying that this right here that Paul is writing to the Roman church isn't meant to be applied to the Gentiles, then I think your issue's with Paul, not with me. Because he says, concerning the Gentiles, God says in the prophecy of Hosea, those who are not my people, I will now call my people. Again, he is taking that very passage, Paul is taking it from Hosea and applying it to the Gentiles. So if it's not meant to be applied to the Gentiles, then how are we to understand this word from Paul? So what I was saying about it having different meanings that apply to different groups of people is that essentially, yes, it may have, been directed towards and and like referring to the Israelites, aka the Jews, at first. But now there is a new light being shed on these passages because of Jesus and his gospel, that what it seemed like was applied to only the Jews because they were understood as the only ones who were God's people, it's now opened up to more than just the Jews, because now there's a realization that God has chosen more people than just the Jews. The question remains, was he really applying it to people other than Israel from your perspective? Yes, Gentiles were specific, like the definition of Gentile was not Jew. Period. That was the definition. So Paul was clearly applying it to not Jews. If he says this is concerning the Gentiles, he means concerning not Jews. That's all. There's no other way of looking at the word Gentiles. So, like, I don't see how you can get around the idea then that non-Jews are part of God's promise post-Jesus. No, Gentile could not be Jew. Like, I mean, I could try and look it up for you. I'm going to go to this window here real quick. Okay, let's see here. We will go to... we're not going to use the AI answer because that... no. So, what's a website we could look at? I mean, there's BibleDictionaryToday.com. Which, okay, the way I have the window might not be cropped quite right for this. Yeah, no. But, okay, let me take that and move it around a little bit here. Okay, in the Bible, the term Gentiles holds significant meaning that extends beyond its literal translation. As we explore the biblical meaning of Gentiles, we uncover a rich... Yeah. Okay, but can we get into... Okay, the literal meaning. The word Gentiles originates from the Latin gentilis, meaning of a clan or tribe. In biblical terms, it refers to non-Jewish people, often used to describe nations or ethnic groups outside of Israel. And really, to my understanding, before I read on, about the only other way that the word Gentile is applied in Scripture is essentially meaning people who don't obey God. Let's just see what it says for the cultural context. Throughout the Bible, Gentiles are often portrayed in contrast to the Jewish people who were seen as God's chosen nation. This distinction is crucial in understanding the cultural dynamics of the biblical narrative. For instance, in the Old Testament, Gentiles were frequently depicted as idolaters or outsiders. However, there are notable exceptions, such as Ruth the Moabite, who became part of the lineage of Jesus, illustrating that God's grace extends beyond Israel. Okay, that's not quite what I thought it would say there, but still, it even kind of holds to the idea that the term Gentile was pretty much meant to refer to not Jews. I could look at another site to try and come up with a definition for you, unless you think that is satisfactory. I'm actually looking at BibleStudyTools.com now. Grecians in the New Testament means Greek-speaking Jews. Okay, but is the term Grecian always used in the New Testament to refer to any of the people who weren't Jews? Or like as another option besides Jews? Really, I mean, if a term that they're using as an additional thing besides Jew is also Jewish, then why mention that? Like, so, like some translations will take that. There's that one passage that says there's neither Jew nor Greek, slave nor free. It will say Greek there, but if that's meant to refer to Greek-speaking Jews, why would it say there is neither Jew nor Greek-speaking Jew? Where Gentile is found throughout the Bible, most often in the New Testament. Paul wrote and ministered to Gentiles. Yeah, and that's also a thing. Like, there were entire people's ministries dedicated to reaching non-Jews with the gospel. So why would Paul, one of the primary examples of that type of ministry, use the word Gentile or Greek or whatever to simply refer to another subgroup of Jews and say that, and still have a way of saying that those who are not Jews are still not part of God's promise? Grecian proves that Jews... How does it prove that? I'm a little confused at your logic there, Chris. Yeah. The vast majority of Paul's ministry was dedicated... Okay, yeah, he called himself a Roman, and... Jews being referred to by Gentile names doesn't... Like, I don't think that's what's being discussed here. Because if Paul, one who is ministering to non-Jews for most of his Christian life, most of his believing life, is saying that Gentiles, aka non-Jews, are part of the promise, why would he use that term to refer to another subsection of Jews? Especially if he is using the term, whether Gentile or Greek or whatever, as a contrast to Jew. Okay, but again, why in that passage when he's saying there's neither male nor female, slave nor free, using opposites as examples, why would he use, in saying there's neither Jew nor Gentile, why would he use the term Gentile if it's not meant to be the opposite of Jew there? It makes no sense. Yeah, okay, and this is just giving a Okay. According to this, the Bible's definition of Gentile, since Gentiles do not make up one nation or group of people, Gentiles may believe many things. But the common idea is that they do not follow the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. They reject the gospel message of Jesus and live according to their own desires and knowledge. The Apostle Paul, when he wrote to the church of Ephesus, captured who the Gentiles are and what they believe. This passage gives us an idea of what it means to be a Gentile following the death and resurrection of Jesus. And then it says, "So I tell you this and insist on it in the Lord, that you must no longer live as the Gentiles do in the futility of their thinking. They are darkened in their understanding and separated from the life of God because of the ignorance that is in them due to the hardening of their hearts." So he's specifically talking about people who don't believe in God in this case, using the term Gentile to do so. Yes, I am aware that the kingdom of Israel split into two. I'm currently reading through the Bible cover to cover. I'm in 2 Chronicles, which literally just earlier in this stream, we read Ezra's recap of the split of the kingdom. It split into the northern kingdom of Israel, which essentially included all the tribes but Judah, and then there was the tribe of Judah, which had its own separate kingdom then. But what does that have to do with this whole Jew or Gentile thing? Respectfully, it seems like you keep dancing around the point that, especially in context, there's no logical reason to think that Paul was using the term Gentile or Greek or whatever to refer to more Jews. So if the gospel can be applied to someone who is not a Jew and they can be part of God's promise, then I return to my original point that essentially the way to know is that you openly declare Jesus as Lord and believe that God raised him from the dead. AKA, you have faith in Christ to guide your life and that his actions on the cross and rising from the tomb are sufficient for salvation from sin. Again, what does having them be called by Gentile names have anything to do with what Paul is saying? He's not, when he uses the term Greek or Gentile, he's not just saying like, yeah, this specific subgroup of non-believers. Unless you very specifically believe that only the version that says Greek is accurate, and that it means specifically what you said before, that he's referring to Greek-speaking Jews. But again, if that includes Jew as the meaning of that, then why is it being used as a term to refer to the opposite of a Jew? Again, you keep using the term Gentile and not really giving a solid thing to say that it's meant to refer to other Jews, and that only Jews are part of the promise. Two entire nations are called Gentiles. What? First of all, when the part where it said the land of Nephthalim there, I'm not quite sure what translation you're coming at that from, or which verse you're reading that from, by the way. Just because you have the number 15 there, I assume it's a verse reference. But which verse is that? Also, like, depending on the context, it could have referred to a totally different group of people because the Israelites were exiled and separated, scattered throughout other nations and kingdoms. So so maybe I should wait until the ad break ends, but just assuming one little verse there means that there are two entire nations being called Gentiles, and that those are Gentiles to which Paul is referring in Romans or Ephesians or wherever, like, that there are some missing connections here. Oh, look at that. And it's not even just Paul. It's not even just Paul who's talking about being saved in this way. 1 John, written by John, not Paul. Everyone who believes that Jesus is the Christ has become a child of God. Everyone. Two entire nations of Israelites. What do you mean, nations of Israelites? First of all, the fact that that says Zabulon and Nephthalim, I've never heard of those references before. Let me go ahead and look at Matthew 4:15, because that seems to be what you're referring to. Matthew chapter 4. In the land of Zebulun and Naphtali. Yeah, those were two tribes of Israel. Beside the sea, beyond the Jordan River in Galilee, where so many Gentiles live, the people who sat in darkness have seen a great light. Yeah, Zebulun and Naphtali were already recognized as tribes of Israel. So, what's the point you're trying to make here? Also, in Galilee, where so many Gentiles live, was Galilee... But, again, we've gone beyond Paul even to John now, who says that everyone who believes in Jesus, who believes that Jesus is the Christ, has become a child of God. We're debating the minutia of one particular person's references. Okay, it says Galilee of the Gentiles. Galilee specifically. And even this translation uses it to say where so many Gentiles live. Not saying that everyone who lives in there is a Gentile. So, like, and again, after all the splitting hairs, this is just trying to argue against one instance of people saying that non-Jews, or we're arguing whether or not we think non-Jews are included in Paul's statements here. Meanwhile, we have John, who also says that everyone who believes Jesus is the Christ has become a child of God. Do you have a counter to that as well? Because so far your counter arguments have been not like foolproof. The references you've pulled up seem to me open a little bit to interpretation, and or if examined further could mean not necessarily what you seem to be trying to say that they mean. So I even related to what you're saying, I don't read this verse right here as saying specifically that Zebulun and Naphtali are entirely being called Gentiles here. It just says where many Gentiles live. And even at that, it's calling Galilee specifically the place of the Gentiles. Was that possibly within or the general area that included the land of Zebulun and Naphtali? Okay, yeah. But it doesn't necessarily mean that everyone there is thought of as a Gentile. And also, the land of Zebulun and Naphtali. It's calling about the land. It's talking about the land there. Not necessarily the people of Zebulun and Naphtali. The land probably had a major mix of people by this point, because they had already been conquered by possibly Assyria, definitely Babylon, definitely Rome. So I don't even think it's meant to refer to the two entire tribes as Gentiles. So, look, with the way that our lines of argument seem to be going, none of us seem to really be conceding anything. You seem convinced that any and all of these references that would mention a term that could be used to refer to somebody not Jewish, you seem convinced they all refer to just other subgroups of Jews. I'm not convinced of that. And if that is something that neither one of us are going to come to any kind of change in our view on, then there's no progress that's going to be made from continued discussion here. Yes, the land is called Gentile. Don't people call themselves by the land they live in? Okay, and now you're advancing this line of thinking further without addressing the initial issue, saying the people of a land, or even a land itself and its people, like, that doesn't necessarily mean the historical tribes of Zebulun and Naphtali are being called Gentiles. It's saying the land of, historically, the land of Zebulun and Naphtali, based on their much earlier tribal divisions and the land allotted to them. That's like saying that everyone who lives in modern-day Israel is a Jew. That's not the case. Or even that everyone who lives in the land that once was Israel is a Jew. If you're referring to the land as something in particular, that's not saying that you're calling the historical group of people attached to that name that same thing. So, like, if somebody said that the country of Israel today was, I don't know, say that they were murderers because of all the issues going on with Palestine and all the stuff in Gaza or whatever, that doesn't mean that they're referring to the entire historical people of Israel as murderers. So you're mixing and matching your definitions of what is what for certain terms to just fit your own understanding is what it seems like to me. So, I don't think we're going to come to an agreement on this. I don't know. Would an immigrant to Germany be considered German if they are freshly moved there? Like, if they're not even recognized as a German citizen yet because they're that freshly immigrated, are they considered German? That's certainly debatable. I think many people would say not. And again, what is... You say that this is referring to the land and the entirety of the people therein, but that doesn't necessarily mean... Also, these are clans, not nations, to point out a flaw in your previous wording. Zebulun and Naphtali were tribes, not nations. And if we're referring to the land and the people therein, we're not necessarily referring to the historical, ancestral, by their bloodline, descendants of Zebulun and Naphtali. After the necessary time period. Which means not necessarily everyone living in an area. Also, again, that still doesn't address the whole land of Zebulun and Naphtali, not necessarily referring to people who were specifically Jews, aka the ancestral, by blood, tribes of Zebulun and Naphtali. It's not necessarily referring to them as Gentiles here. It is saying the land is essentially Gentile in nature because of the people who live there. I think you are trying to make points that sound logical, but you're not considering context in any of these cases. You're not fully grasping what is meant in each instance, and simply trying to, for lack of a better term, cherry pick your meanings of certain words to fit what you're understanding. Paul was indeed a Roman citizen, yes, but he was also a Jew. That's not saying that if he talked about Romans, he was talking about only Roman Jews. That's where your line of thinking seems to go, though. Just because someone is called such and such thing, then someone using that term means that they're referring only to a subgroup that are called that thing. So if Paul says there is neither Jew nor Greek, your assumption is it means Greek-speaking Jews. But if he's using that term to refer to someone who's not Jewish as a counter, like, again, the other examples within that same verse being man or woman, slave or free, we would agree that those are opposites, yes? Because if you don't, then I think you're not following logic. So why in a verse when he is pointing out opposites would he use Greek or Gentile or whatever as a term to refer to a subgroup of Jews? He called himself Roman, but he also said he was a citizen of Rome, which he was. He also referred to himself as a Jew among Jews. So what's your point in him calling himself Roman as it relates to this discussion? I stand on the point that based on the multiple different places you can look at in the Bible where it says everyone or Gentiles or some term that is meant to encapsulate more than just Jews can be saved by such and such means, then there are more than just Jews included in God's ultimate promise. The Jews might be inherently included no matter what they do because of the prior covenant made with them. But Jesus wrote a new covenant in his blood. And that, based on passages like these that we've discussed here in Romans 10 or in 1 John, these would indicate that now there are more than just Jews included in the kingdom of heaven. And there were definitely more than just Jews who were receiving the power of the Holy Spirit, which was an indicator of part of the promise. Okay, you're saying that Jews were called by Gentile names. First of all, I'm not convinced that they were always called by Gentile names because, you know, Paul himself, yeah, he might have gone by Paul later on, which was not necessarily his given name, but rather one that he adopted. Anyway, like, they might have been called by Gentile names, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the use of the term Gentile was a way of referring to a subset of Jews. And that was the crux of your point originally for saying that these previous passages were merely referring to other Jews. All who are led by the Spirit of God are children of God, Romans 8:14. Like, there are definitely other references besides the ones that we've discussed that, in fact, because what else? Like, there are passages that say Jesus died for all, not necessarily that like all who do such and such thing are saved. I don't believe that everyone goes to heaven, so we're clear. I believe everyone has the opportunity, if they accept the free gift of salvation by way of Jesus dying on the cross and rising from the grave 3 days later, that everyone has the opportunity to be part of God's kingdom, to spend eternity in heaven with God. I do not believe everyone goes to heaven. So we're clear on that. But with the numerous passages that refer to either everyone or all, or even specifically Gentile, Greek, or some other term that was typically used to refer to non-Jews, if there are all these passages that refer to these people that could be saved, then I don't see how you can come to the conclusion that it's still only Jews who are saved. Okay, I will follow up your question with a question. You asked, who did he foreknew? When did he know, what time did he know them before? Because there are a lot of people that seem to assume, oh, this is clearly referring to those who, like, he foreknew from the beginning of time. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. But even if you take that line of thinking, those who he foreknew, like, still doesn't necessarily only apply to Jews. Because if he knew from the dawn of time, there wasn't even a chosen people of Israel established then. And again, this is not necessarily a thing that excludes any and all other references to people who aren't Jews being welcomed as part of the kingdom. Just because there are some passages that may specifically refer to Jewish people and their part and, you know, their inclusion in God's promise, doesn't mean that there are not other passages that refer to other groups of people. So, you trying to use the passages you've mentioned as a means of excluding non-Jews from the promise that doesn't inherently discount the other passages that are clearly meant to refer to non-Jews and include them in God's promise. So, who did he foreknow? I'm not convinced that that's necessarily only Jews. But so you're looking at Romans 8:29, those whom he foreknew, he predestined to be conformed to the image of his Son, that he might be the firstborn among many brethren. Okay, well, if Jesus is supposed to be the firstborn in this situation, are we thinking that's the event that he was foreknown? Anyway, I believe it's best if I don't necessarily focus too much on that, because I believe that is tangential and getting us a bit away from the primary point. That passage may, even if I grant that that passage refers to Jews specifically, that doesn't necessarily mean that all these other passages we've discussed claim that only Jews and subgroups thereof are the ones who are saved. Giving them right standing. Anyway, Romans 11:2. I'm not saying Jews are not part of the promise. But it seems, based on all the inclusive verbiage used throughout the New Testament to include people that weren't Jews, then that, I would argue, expands beyond, it expands the scope of salvation beyond the Jewish people. All right. I think I'm going to have to kind of cut this discussion off. We've spent a lot of time on it, and while I'm not saying I have a problem with that, I don't think we're really gaining anything more from it at this point. God has not rejected his own people whom he chose from the very beginning. From the very beginning. You not realize that the scriptures say about this. Elijah the prophet complained to God about the people of Israel and said, they've killed your prophets. And he said, no, I have others. It's the same today, for a few of the people of Israel have remained faithful because of God's grace. Since it is through God's kindness, then but again, just because it's referring to some Jews/Israelites being included in the promise, that doesn't necessarily mean that any of the other references to people outside of that are only referring to other Jews. So this is the situation. Most of the people of Israel have not found the favor of God they are looking for so earnestly. A few have, but the hearts of the rest were hardened. Did God's people stumble and fall beyond recovery? Of course not. They were disobedient, so God made salvation available to the Gentiles. There's that Gentiles word again. Who he foreknew. Yeah, so he may have foreknown the Jews, but because the Jews turned away from God, God then made salvation available to non-Jews. Because if God can still be glorified through his chosen people, even when they choose not to believe, is not God also glorified by the intentional faith of those who were not initially chosen? There's a passage, I believe, that says something to that effect, or maybe it says the reverse. Maybe it says that if God is glorified by non-Jews believing, then he can also be glorified by, I don't know. So I forget that reference exactly, but Amos 3:2, you only have I known of all. Is it really just known generally speaking, or is it talking about intimate knowledge as if they are his chosen people? Again, we're getting off on tangents away from the main discussion of who can be saved. And I do not think, given the repeated verbiage and usage of terms that are meant to refer to people besides the Jews, I don't believe that it can be reasonably claimed that only Jews are part of God's kingdom in his promise now. That was also a big part of the curtain being torn in two when Jesus died. It was believed that access to God was behind that veil, that curtain. But when that was torn, it showed that God isn't limited to this place. Also, I would argue King James Version isn't necessarily the one you want to rely on for all of your theology in your translation. 15:24, then Jesus said to the woman, I was sent only to help God's lost sheep, the people of Israel. But is this Israel the ancestral people? Or Israel as in those who are ultimately part of the kingdom? This, in context, so he, I believe, is on his way to cast out a demon. And along the way, another woman comes and is begging for Jesus' help. And look, even in this case, he says, your faith is great, your request is granted. So he helps someone that, according to what he said earlier, he wasn't sent to help. He was trying to argue with her that I was not sent to help you, I need to focus on my mission. And yet, here he is, helping such a person anyway. So even in that instance, there is healing being brought. Like, all these specifically picked verses, I don't, like, again, I go back to the idea that, yes, the Jews were part of God's promises because they were chosen before Jesus came to and lived on earth. But because of Christ's sacrifice, there are now more people that are part of God's promises. So, okay. I think we have fully reached an impasse, so to speak, regarding this discussion, and I do not wish to continue this further, if I'm being quite honest. I like all of the New Testament. I mean, really, in a way, I like all the Bible. I don't necessarily think we're beholden to all of the Bible, but anyway. Prophesied that for that nation. What? Again, you're taking these individual verses, and it seems like context, you're not even bothering with giving the context. Anyway, I appreciate biblical discussions, but it seems like this one is getting nowhere at this point. So with that in mind, I think it's better that we bring the discussion to a close. So, you've laid out your perspective, I've laid out mine, and you know what, to any other viewers out there, now that you have this, you can read these passages and others in the Bible for yourselves and come to your own conclusions. Is God's promise still only for the Jews? Are they the only ones that get eternity with God? Or are there now others who are included as well? In any case, I think we have laid out about as much of that discussion as we can have for the time being, without us continuing to talk in circles. I appreciate you coming to me for discussion. And I do not think this means that we are enemies. So we're clear. I just think we disagree on this matter. So, with that being said, I guess now I will continue with what I was doing beforehand. I will continue to keep an eye on the chat, but again, I think that discussion has kind of run its course. All right. So I guess we're entering the 100-acre wood here.
Oh, bother. Sink, sink, sink. Sink, sink, sink.
Pooh Bear! You okay?
Oh, hello there, Sora. You're home.
Uh-huh. Good to see you, Pooh. And you too, Piglet.
Hello.
You're not in trouble? But I thought something odd must be going on.
Let me see. I don't remember anything oddish, but perhaps I've forgotten. Sink, sink, sink.
Oh,
Sink,
we've
sink,
got trouble,
sink.
all right.
Oh, bother.
Who does,
Would that
I
be
mean,
the
in the
rabbit sort of
previous
trouble?
games seemed to be a bit forgetful.
Sorry. Please continue.
Sora!
Wow, who's this?
It's okay. He's my friend.
Hi, I'm Sora.
And I'm Lumpy. It's nice to meet you. Ah.
Stuffer and sassafras. Stomp around a little louder, why don't you?
Oh. Go for I'm sorry.
I kind of like it when the ground gets bouncy.
Well, I suppose if something has to bounce. Speaking of...
Yeah, I'm like, they're talking about bouncing. It would be a great time for Tigger to enter the scene.
Whoa! Whoa! Whoa!
Back for some more bouncing, Sora?
Tigger!
So I wonder if Sora talks about his adventures in the 100-acre wood with, like, mentions them to Donald and Goofy. I imagine it would have to come up at least sometime.
Oh, yes. It is time for bouncing.
And I'm sure it would leave them wanting to go to the 100-acre wood themselves, but as far as I can tell, they've never had the opportunity to do so.
Better late than never. Excuse me? Would anyone else care to remember why we're here?
As I recall, we came to help you with your garden, Rabbit. After which, perhaps, you'll invite us in for a smackerel or two of honey?
Correct. No. I mean, we'll see about that, Pooh. Now, the garden, if you please. You can help too, Sora.
What? Me too?
Rabbit needs help picking vegetables. Go examine the correct sign to start the game. Yeah, so...
Hey, I think that's a lucky emblem.
I think what's a lucky emblem where? Wait, there's one, like, inside the bucket here, isn't there?
Let's see.
Well, hello.
Let's see.
There we go. Okay. Alright, let me save here real quick. And I need to... That's the flower garden. I'm supposed to help with the vegetables right now. Vegetable fields, there we go. Okay. Connect 5 vegetables of the same color to harvest them and clear the garden. By shooting the vegetable in your hand toward the pile, you can replace other vegetables and clear them out faster. Right. Hold A to begin previewing the shot. Number of vegetables you shoot is determined by when you release A. Okay. After every 5th successful harvest, Rabbit will hop in and harvest all of one color vegetable. Keep an eye on the vegetable displayed in the bucket and focus on other vegetables instead. Change vegetables with the bumpers. Special gauge will fill. Press Y. Spend 1 unit to the gauge. Get help from Tigger. Ask for help twice in 1 turn for an even bigger bonus. Okay.
Let's get gardening. Perfect. Look at that.
Oh yeah, so Rabbit wants eggplant. As long as I'm not...
There we go.
As long as I'm not matching those, I think I'm fine for the moment.
Well done. More. Perfect. I think I'll gather these. Nice.
That should connect a bunch of the tomatoes, right? Okay.
My, what a bounty. Perfect.
Okay, so now he wants cucumbers, I guess.
I hope you've left the ones I'm after.
This enough?
That was not what I meant to do. I let go of that at the wrong time.
Impressive. More.
Let me switch here.
There we go.
I hope you've left the ones I'm after.
Nice.
Look at that. I think I'll gather these.
This is what Tiggers do best.
There we go.
Okay, I mean...
Grab them all.
I didn't have a choice but to... Also, did I call those cucumbers? I think those are more like...
Good one.
I guess maybe they're like green peppers or something.
Keep at it.
Alright, well,
I'd say we've
cleared the
earned a
minigame.
rest.
Obtained carrot, eggplant, garlic, pumpkin, and tomato. And zucchini. Maybe that was supposed to be zucchini? I don't know.
What a harvest!
And thanks to Sora's help.
Yes, quite right. Thank you, Sora.
Well, how's about a little more bouncing?
Oh, no. There's no bouncing in farm work.
Aw, no bouncing at all?
Huh?
I want to bounce.
Whipper, snappers, and they're bouncing.
Excuse me, Rabbit. The carrots are very nice, but, might you have some honey to go with them?
Now's not the time, Pooh. If I give you any honey here, I'll just end up with a bear stuck in my front door again.
Well, looks like your problem's solved. Guess I'll be on my way.
Solved? Oh, it's far from solved. We still need to harvest the fruit.
Yeah.
Won't you
So there's
stay,
also
Sora,
more
for
than
the
just
sake
the
of
vegetables
honey?
that we're gonna need to
Okay.
sort out here. I would ask for help in the orchard. I guess that's supposed to be the fruit. Uh-huh. Okay, fruit picking. Gather the rolling fruit before it rolls into the river. Okay. But otherwise, it's a pretty similar thing.
Let's get going.
I think.
Well done. Look at that. More. I hope you've left the ones I'm after.
Oh, I guess this one's kind of timed, though.
There we go. I hope you've left the ones
Oh,
I'm
shoot.
after.
You're after apples, and I just got some apples.
I think I'll
Specifically
gather
red
these.
apples.
I'll do it.
I'll take those. Look at that. Thank you.
I don't think it's really possible to make this go backward, so...
Well done.
Not totally sure how you're supposed to handle,
I hope you've left the ones I'm after.
you know,
Look at that. More.
the fact that they're continuing to advance here. Or is that just kind of the time limit of sorts that you're given then?
Allow me. Thank you. Perfect. Look at that. There we go. I hope you like the ones I
Okay, here we go. Let's get some help from Lumpy. Oh, I guess that
Keep at it.
sends him back a little bit. Yeah, okay.
Nice. This enough?
I think I'll gather these. I'll take those.
Alright, what's he after now? Oranges? Okay.
Impressive.
Don't
I hope
gather
you
the
like
oranges
ones I
now.
gather.
If it's at all avoidable.
More. There. Well done. I think I'll gather these.
I'll do it.
Thanks, Rabbit.
Okay. Well, we passed the goal, so... There we go.
Day's work.
Apple, blackberry, lemon, orange, and pear. Yeah, I guess that's all the fruits that were in there.
Yes, yes. Look at all this marvelous fruit.
Oh, it's lovely. Lumpy loves fruit.
You know, Rabbit, I find that fruit always tastes better with a little honey.
It's always about honey
You're
for
right,
you,
Pooh.
Pooh.
It certainly does.
Woo-hoo! Then I'll keep looking for fruit up at Bouncing Height.
And I'll search closer to the soil.
Sora, could you help me with my flower patch? I've got a surprise for Pooh.
Hmm? A surprise? For Pooh Bear?
Yes, Sora?
Oh, it's nothing, Pooh.
Okay, on to the flower garden. You know what, maybe I'll save just before this in case a whole bunch of other stuff happens. I don't know. Alrighty. Yeah. Same general gist for the game.
Let's get gardening. There we go.
tumbly's getting lonely.
Oh, you're wanting to pick those.
Hope you've left the ones I'm after.
I should probably leave those alone now.
Perfect.
Oh, shoot.
Impressive. Look at that. I think I'll gather these.
I'm rather in the mood for a snorkel of honey.
More.
So I think it's, like, if you
Thank you.
clear them out to the point of the honey pots rolling to the bottom,
I hope you've left the ones I'm after. Well done. At your service.
then those go to poo. And filling that up is
Impressive. Delicious. Look at that.
kind of your goal for this one.
Go. I think I'll gather these.
There we go.
I'll take those. More. Look at that. More. Thank you.
Nice.
I hope you've left the ones I'm after.
My tumbly's
Perfect.
getting lonely.
Well done.
Honey.
Look at that.
I'm definitely glad it doesn't count the time while they're dropping as,
More. I think I'll
you know,
gather these. Stand for me.
Keep at it.
going towards the overall timer here.
Somebody stand for me.
All right.
Delicious.
There. Thanks, Rabbit.
Look at that. My,
There's only a
what
little
bounty.
bit left to
Well
go
done.
for that gauge there.
I hope you've left the ones I'm after.
No, I didn't.
Impressive.
Okay.
More.
Nice.
There we go. That was the last honey pot we needed. So in picking the flowers, there was also honey gathered because, you know, I guess bees and pollination and
Here, Pooh.
honeycombs
A pot
and
full of honey.
all that.
It's your reward for being such a big help. Eat all you want.
Oh, thank you, Rabbit.
Yeah.
You planted all these flowers just for Pooh?
I bet you that whole pot's gonna be gone real quick.
Really? Why?
It's simple, honey. Flowers mean nectar. Nectar means honeybees. And honeybees mean honey.
Oh, and the flowers are so lovely. I like the pretty colors.
Look at them all. They're boasting even higher than me.
I don't think that's bouncing, Tigger.
Ah. Oh. Sora, I believe the one I should thank for all that yummy, delicious honey is you.
Don't mention it, Pooh.
But what?
Besides, we all helped.
Like, why just Sora?
Sora,
Shouldn't Rabbit also get thanks for that too?
you used to be right here. Why is it that you went away?
Away? Oh, that's what you meant by your home.
Yes. You see, when I get a rumbly in my tumbly, it's very hard to think of anything but honey. So I was worried that I might have forgotten you away.
Silly bear, I'd never.
Oh, good. Because I want us to be together forever.
Pooh, we are together. There isn't a second that we're not. Except I can feel it. Our connection's weaker. Why is that?
What's wrong, Sora?
Oh, it's nothing. What matters is I'll be here from now on. No going away.
Thank you, Sora.
What was that all about, though? With him being all like, but our connection's getting weaker. What exactly would cause that? My only theory would be the other hearts inside of his maybe having a more prominent part in things, and so their memories are taking up space, so to speak. I don't know. Honey Spout. Well, there's another new one to try out. It says that's well balanced. Which I would think if I'm going to replace anything with that, then means I would replace the Kingdom Key with it, because that's the other more balanced one.
Splendid. All is as it should be.
But how come Sora's picture disappeared in the first place?
Something's happened to me that made me vanish from Pooh's heart. Merlin, I don't ever want to lose my friends.
Well now.
Huh?
There's no need to fret, lad. Whatever's lost can be found again. There are always new paths between hearts for us to discover and traverse. But you already know that.
Yeah.
Okay. Explore the world. I don't think that's actually the objective here. Unless it means explore the world of the book. But we already did everything there is to do here. It would just be, you know, getting, like, mini-game scores. So I think really the next actual plot thing to do would be leaving Twilight Town. Yeah. Okay, so I suppose with that will wrap up another episode of Kingdom Hearts 3. And next, I think the next spot that we would head to is Arendelle? Unless something else comes up in the story that would take us elsewhere. Okay, before I completely wrap up the stream, though, I can check out what's available at the bistro, and got a couple of other things to do, although I don't necessarily want to keep doing this for real long. Right. That right there is probably one of the easier cooking mini games to do well in my opinion. This is the one I tend to have the most trouble with. Because, I don't know, sometimes I guess I lose the timing there. Hey, new star for the bistro.
Me business is booming. Splendid, just splendid. You two have outdone yourselves. The critics are going cuckoo and the register ka-ching.
I cannot wait to see what it is you'll cook up next. So can the customers.
We try, right, little chef?
Got an elixir from that. Okay. Move this around some. Alright.
All right! We did it!
If you're not careful, the timing on that can be a little tricky as well. I got all these other recipes and stuff, but I don't have the ingredients for all of them right now. Okay, leaving the bistro. Okay. Gonna save the game one more time here. Nope. Doggone it. I keep grabbing the wrong thing when I'm trying to flip this around. At least sometimes. Okay. So, I have other things I would like to do today. So I think that is gonna do it for the stream. I'll be back next week, Thursday and Friday, same times as I was this week. Thursday is more of the evening, Friday's the afternoon time frame. Not 100% sure what I'm gonna do for Thursday's stream. I mean, I don't know. Might depend a little bit on what's available in Slay the Spire. I know that's what I'll be playing on Friday, after the Bible study portion of things. But I might play some of that on Thursday, just so I'm not caught in the middle of a standard run and unable to do some of that when I would like to. Well, I think I'm just gonna find someone to bring us over to. I don't know if that's quite the right way to say it, but I'm trying to find a raid target here on Twitch. And okay. Got that figured out. So that's going to do it for me. From me. Enunciate. Anyway. So I hope you're all doing well. Hopefully I'll see you soon for another stream. Feel free to check out YouTube videos and such in the meantime. But whatever ends up happening, until the next time I see y'all, stay cool, everybody.